One needs a good, living soil. Farmers who grow organic food know this. One of the indicators of a good soil is that it has many living things.
The good soil has many living things, such as earthworms and roots of plants. The bad soil has no or few roots, and it has no living things.
The earthworms multiply and they eat the small pieces of straw. This is how they decompose them.
If you want to evaluate how certain farming practices have an effect on the life of your soil, it is necessary to use a standardized method. In this video, we will learn how to count the living things in our soil. Use a spade to remove a block of soil, 20 centimeters wide, 20 centimeters long, and 20 centimeters deep. Put all this soil in a bag and close it tightly so that the living things do not escape, because the earthworms and other living things move quickly. Label the bag. There are more living things in some parts of the field and fewer in other parts. So we need to take samples from at least 3 parts of the field. Hold the spade upright so that the hole has straight sides. This is so we always measure the same amount of soil from each place. Make as few cuts as possible with the spade to avoid killing the living things. Put each sample in a separate labeled bag. Some farmers on the Altiplano from Bolivia work together with a development organization to count the living things in their soils. They collect 3 samples from a field that has received organic fertilizer and where organic vegetables are grown. All samples are put in blue bags. From a field that has been cultivated from various years and that have not received any organic fertilizer, they collect 3 more samples in white bags. Classify the living things in a comfortable place where there is plenty of light. Put a handful of soil on a tray and carefully pick out all of the living things that you can see with the naked eye, such as earthworms, ants, termites, beetles, spiders, grubs, and others. As you remove the living things, count how many there are and write them on a sheet of paper. How many earthworms, how many ants, how many termites, how many beetles, how many spiders, and how many worms. Keep on going until you have finished all of the soil from each bag. For each sample, write down the number of living things. You can see how each sample has a different number of living things. There are only many earthworms in the soil from the field that received organic fertilizer. You can calculate the average number of living things from each field. When there are many living things, it means that the soil has life, because these creatures eat and decompose organic matter. And in this way, the soil nutrients become available to our crops. However, if we find few or no living things, it means that the soil is poor, dead, and infertile.
Most of all, the earthworms help to improve the earth because they work a lot. You should put on some more organic fertilizer, and when the soil is wet, more earthworms are born. This is what you can do. Do not use those chemical fertilizers that harm the soil and kill the earthworms.
If your soil has few living things, you can bring your soil to life by adding animal manure or compost, by leaving crop residues in the field and not burning them. You can also improve soil life by plowing less, as plowing disturbs bacteria, fungi, and animals that add fertility to the soil. One way of farming without plowing the soil is agroforestry, which combines forest species with fruit trees, annual crops, vegetables, medicinal plants, and flowers. As you copy the principles of the local forest, the soil fertility is constantly improved. Serafín Vidal, in Cochabamba, recalls how his soil was without life when he started with agroforestry.
There were no sow bugs, there were no earthworms, there were no beetles, nor larvae of beetles, none of that, because there was no food for them. When you cover the soil with the trimmings from the trees, this turns the soil soft, and you notice that the soil improves. It becomes spongier, and the plants are growing healthier.
Let's review what we have learned. When many living things are found in the soil, it means that the soil has life, because these little creatures help to decompose organic matter, make nutrients available to plants, and make the soil spongier. If we find few or no living things, it means that our soil is poor and infertile. Take care of the living creatures in your soil, and they will take care of your soil and your crops.
I ask all of us farmers to become aware and treat our soils right. I am conscious of what I do, so I do not use chemicals on my field. If I were to use chemicals, it would do me no good. It would be counterproductive.
To grow a healthy crop, farmers need good seed. However, farmers may lose their seed due to poor storage, or hardship may force them to sell or eat their seed. Many fail to access seed at the start of the growing season. As the climate is changing, farmers are also eager to try out new crops or new varieties. Traditional varieties are often better resistant to drought, pests and diseases, but this seed can be hard to find. with a growing awareness about the health benefits of traditional food, which is more diverse and nutritious, the demand for seed of traditional varieties is increasing. Across the globe, community seed banks have emerged as a local solution to supply quality seeds and planting materials to farmers. In this video, we will learn from community seed banks in Odisha, India, how they manage to conserve, produce, sell and exchange seed of traditional varieties. To set up a community seed bank, raise awareness in the community about the importance of indigenous crop varieties and explain what a seed bank is all about.
हमर बिहान बैंक तार माने आरंभ करबार उद्देश्य होचे जे आसंता जेन 10-15 बरस हेलान हमर
The motto of our seed bank is to conserve indigenous varieties that can adapt to the changing climate. In our seed bank, we also train farmers how to grow crops organically, free from chemicals. We train farmers how they can be self-reliant, how to keep the environment healthy, and how our body will be healthy by eating traditional varieties.
आमर अंचल रे बिहान बैंक डे हवार लगी आमे पुराना धान के जे देसी धान अछि
Because of our seed bank, we have native varieties again. By using indigenous seed, our costs have reduced as we can grow and keep our own seed. So, we don't have to depend on the market.
Identify who within the community is interested in managing a community seed bank. Traditionally, women have often conserved seed, so make sure that most of the management committee are women. Leaders of the community seed bank should be genuinely committed, as it is a voluntary service to the community. Establish rules and regulations for demonstrating different varieties, control of seed quality, monitoring seed plots, and record keeping. The committee also identifies and trains new seed savers and creates demand by organizing village meetings and participating in seed festivals and food festivals. A seed bank also has trainers. Anyone can become a member of the seed bank and receive training on ecological practices besides borrowing seeds. Find out which members are interested in becoming seed producers. Besides receiving training on seed production, seed producers benefit from selling their seeds through the seed bank and the seed savers network. A visit to a well-functioning seed bank can inspire and motivate members. Establish a register with details of all varieties stored. Write down the geographical location from where the variety was taken. Include information about specific traits like seasonality, duration, land type suitability, plant height, and susceptibility to any pests and diseases. Also, record any associated traditional knowledge.
जेन डिमांड अच्छे सीड रो केते सीड डिमांड अच्छे से जेन प्लांट टा करूछु हमें काना करूछु कि जेन हमर सीड प्रोड्यूसर माने अछि.
Before the season starts, we call all the farmers to a meeting and ask which varieties they plan to cultivate and how much. By doing so, we can analyze the difference in seed demand between the previous and present year. We urge our seed producers and savers to produce seeds accordingly.
जेन बिहनटा बिकुछु प्रकृति रे हमर जते रिक्वायरमेंट आसुचे आमे काना करसु तार पूर्व वर्ष मान के प्रति वर्ष पापा की 40 टा 50 टा
Farmers of different villages inform us about their choice and amount of seed they want. According to the demand, we produce seed in special plots for 40 to 50 villages near our seed bank.
रिक्वायरमेंट से माने देबी तो इंदा मे मास रो 30 तारीख सुद्धा जेतकी रिक्वायरमेंट हमर पाके पहुंची थिबा से रिक्वायरमेंट के नै करी हमर चासी मान पाके
Those who order seed of rice, pulses, vegetables or millets pay 10% to 20% of the seed cost in advance. We always produce more than what people demand.
के मिलेट्स लाई करबा जेतकी रिक्वायरमेंट आसी थिबा से अनुसार आ किछि परिमाण रे अधिका हमें चाष करसु चाष करी करी हमर 10% 20% हमर पैसा किछि हमकु जन एडवांस आकार देथिबे ताहा के देखि करी हमें उत्पादन हेबा.
Some indigenous varieties are not easily sold in the market, but they may have some rare qualities such as medicinal properties, sweet aroma, vitamins, or they are useful to make traditional dishes. Make sure that the less popular varieties are also protected from extinction.
Traditional varieties that are not in demand are given to seed savers for survival, to be of future benefit. These farmers adopt a variety as one adopts a child. They grow the same varieties year after year, even those that have no market potential. They consume it, keep some seed for the next season, and the leftover is processed and sold in the market.
Before storage, conduct a germination test to see how many of 100 seeds will sprout. Always make sure to properly dry the seed before storage. Store seed of each variety in separate containers that are clearly labeled. Most seed banks store seed for only one season and regenerate seed each year. When space is limited, seed producers can store some of the seed in their home on behalf of the seed bank. Keep the storage place dry and clean. Regularly monitor for storage pests and use aromatic plants to keep pests away.
I do all the seed saving work here. Before storing green gram, millets and pulses, they are thoroughly cleaned, dried and stored with neem leaves, dried chili or camphor. I check the seed weekly or every fortnight. If it has gone bad, I clean it again, because unclean seed will spoil and will not perform well.
At the start of the planting season, before distributing or selling seed to members and non-members, do another germination test to see how much of the seed will germinate. If the seed is good, at least 85 out of 100 seeds will sprout. The seed producers and seed bank then clean, grade and package the seed before distributing or selling it.
At the start of the season, we send the seeds through post and courier to farmers, even in other parts of the country. We properly record sales and distribution.
Write in a notebook the name of the client and the amount of seed they received of each variety. Besides distributing seed, community seed banks are also a perfect place to exchange knowledge about seeds. When you provide good seed and knowledge, customers will come back each year. Continue to raise awareness and create demand within your own and neighboring communities. Organize events for people to visit the seed bank, crop diversity blocks, or demonstration plots of popular varieties. You can also organize traditional food and seed fairs. Invite staff of other NGOs, community-based organizations, agriculture research and extension institutions, and the agriculture department. Make sure to also invite journalists or staff of the local radio station so they can help advertise what your seed bank is doing. You can also create demand through social media, through seed saver networks, and by participating in workshops and other events at district, state, or national level. Besides expanding your client base to sell seed, you can sell traditional food or provide training and advisory services. To generate additional revenues, some seed banks with a large storage facility buy grain at harvest time when market prices are low. They process it and sell later at some profit. So, what have we learned in this video? Sensitize the community about the importance of collecting, storing, multiplying, and sharing indigenous varieties. Set up a management committee and strengthen the skills of its members. Establish rules and regulations. Collect seeds of indigenous varieties and establish a network of seed producers to multiply seeds. Trainers of the seed bank can provide extension services to the community. Create demand for the traditional varieties and advertise the services of your seed bank. To cover various costs, explore what income-generating activities the seed bank can do.
With the seed bank, we help people give up chemical farming. We market seeds and promote traditional varieties. And by doing so, we make farming less expensive.
For centuries, farmers all over the world have been the guardians of crop seed and the breeders of new varieties. Policymakers often find it challenging to recognize farmers' ancient rights to keep and grow their own seed in the face of commercial varieties. But farmers are increasingly aware of their rights and the importance of their own varieties.
My rights? I can say that my local crops that I grow are mine, and no one can have control over my seed. I have the right to decide if I want to sell them.
At the moment, researchers multiply our seed and then sell it back to us. But once we grow the crop, it is no longer seed, and they say that we should buy seed every year. But in the old days, our local seed could be recycled continuously. Now we are happy that we will grow our local varieties as we used to in the past. It will also benefit our children.
Dear fellow farmers, apart from my family, there is one thing we keep close to our heart, and that is seed. We are proud to be farmers. We feed and support our children. In fact, we farmers, we feed the entire world. So you will agree with me that what matters most to us is to keep our own seed.
I and my fellow farmers have the right to know how best to store our seed.
Now, let me ask you, where do you get your seed? Do you keep some from the previous harvest? Do you exchange some with fellow farmers? Or at times buy seed from the local market? Some of us also buy seed from our farmers' organization or from the local agro dealer. However, the seed they sell is mainly from varieties developed elsewhere and that often need to be purchased each season at major cost. Local crop varieties grow well under our conditions and have particular qualities we value. Maintaining these varieties is important for our cultural identity.
We are very happy that we are bringing back seed of our ancestors. We, the elderly, know that when you cook food from local maize flour, it has a good aroma. The porridge also becomes thick, and when you drink it, you feel good.
When your child gets married, or you are installing a chief, or you have a party in a village, millet should always be there to prepare different dishes and drinks to celebrate together and sing joyfully.
Local varieties are also important to help farmers adapt to climate change.
In the past we had no guidance and so we were cultivating maize only. But now, seeing how rainfall is changing over the years, with the information we get from the extension officers, we have additional knowledge to cultivate a variety of crops, so that when I fail in one, then I may do well in the other.
As the climate is changing, plant breeders will increasingly depend on our local varieties to make modern varieties that meet new needs.
Without our local seed, they cannot come up with the type of varieties they want. They rely on germplasm collected from the local seed that we farmers grow. Once they collect our seed, they crossbreed to improve it. They do this until it becomes the seed they desire, so they cannot work on their own without us.
Seed laws that discourage farmers from saving seed make it harder for farmers to conserve varieties that plant breeders rely on to breed new, modern varieties. Fortunately, many governments realize the importance of farmers' rights. Did you know that our government has signed an international treaty on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture? They have done so together with governments of over 140 countries around the world. The treaty recognizes our right to share and sell seeds conserved in our farms and to protect our traditional knowledge. The treaty also recognizes our right to participate in decision-making and share in the benefits arising from the use of our seeds.
It is not only from our seed that crop breeders benefit, but also from our knowledge because they learn a lot from us as the owners of seed that we grow locally. So when they come up with their varieties, they first look at our knowledge and use it. At the end, it looks as if they have come up with a particular variety out of their wisdom, but we are the ones who have helped them.
We have to make sure to learn about our rights and stand up for ourselves so that our government's laws continue to
plant my own seed in any way that I want. Secondly, as a farmer, I have the right to sell my seed at the price I want.
Like other innovators, we farmers need support. Seed fairs are one way that help us share native crop varieties. Here in Kazuni, in northern Malawi, even farmers from the southern part of the country have come to exchange and sell some of their local seed. The diversity of crops on offer is just amazing.
We discussed the benefit of indigenous crop varieties. This is to ensure that these varieties are not forgotten, that our children should know these varieties, should have them and not lose them. Once back at home, we will gather as a group together with our children. We will discuss and share some seed with each other so that everyone has some of the varieties.
Women exchange seed and knowledge, not just about growing the crop, but also about how to prepare and eat them. These fairs also offer youth the possibility to learn from their elders about local varieties and forgotten crops. Some have even seen business opportunities in growing local varieties.
I grow cassava, but as I have learned from this seed and food fair, I will diversify to grow potatoes, millet, groundnuts, and beans. This seed fair has been very important to me because I have seen new varieties. I have seen local maize, both early and late maturing, but also certain crops that I have never seen before. We should not abandon, but ensure continuity of what our parents used to grow. We youth, we need to take part in this.
Community seed banks are another great way to support farmers' rights. In community seed banks, farmers deposit seeds of their local varieties to ensure easy access at the time of planting.
When we keep seed at home, we may decide to sell it, or sometimes You may find that your children have used seed. But when we store our seed at the seed bank, we are sure to have seed, because we will only get it at the time of planting.
But to sustain community seed banks, government seed policies must also allow farmers to use their local seed, as explained by Ringosta Kanyenda, chairman of the Kombezi Seed Bank.
We request those who develop policies to first consult all of us in the seed banks, because recently the government came up with a draft national seed policy that specified that everybody should buy seed from agro-dealers only. If this policy had been approved, it would have affected a lot of people, because we farmers select seed straight from our field.
To sustain our country's wealth of local varieties and local knowledge, we need the support of our government. Some have translated the training manual on farmers' rights related to plant genetic resources into local languages. Ask your local organization to get a copy of this manual so that you can discuss your rights with your fellow farmers and decide what to do. For sure, getting organized in groups is crucial, as explained by the director of the Biodiversity Conservation Initiative.
For farmers to keep their seed and for their demand, they need to work together in groups or clubs so that what they want is demanded by many people at the same time, so that the government takes account of what farmers want. These groups should work together with non-governmental organizations and speak with one voice, emphasizing the importance of keeping seed of their own local crops.
Dear friends, let's make sure that our voices are heard whenever decisions are taken on these matters that are so important to us, so that we continue to get the best value from the varieties we have developed ourselves, as well as accessing new varieties that can benefit us also. After all, farmers' rights are our rights. Together we stand for the future of our families and our country.
If farmers come together and speak with one voice, the government will listen and put farmers' rights into practice.
For thousands of years, smallholder farmers have selected seeds and developed crop varieties that are adapted to their local conditions. It is vitally important that this rich diversity continues to benefit farmers, men and women, throughout the world.
Tenemos diversos colores, tenemos 9 razas aquí.
Around here, where the cooperative works, we have 9 maize varieties, all with different colors. They are adapted to our microclimate. That diversity is our wealth, because maize is our life. For example, the red maize is used when an engagement is made. When a family goes to ask for the bride's hand in marriage, they take a red maize ear, because it means a compact of blood. So that's why it is conserved. It is part of our culture and part of our inheritance too.
Women play a vital role in nurturing seed, social networks, and local traditions.
It is very important to organize ourselves because we cultivate our seeds. As women, we need to empower ourselves over our rights and our seeds, because we know very well that we survive because of our seeds.
In the breathtaking western highlands of Guatemala, farmers give great value to their crop seeds. Various initiatives are protecting the farmers' rights to seed.
We farmers, men and women, have the right to sell our seeds and to conserve and exchange them. If they would forbid us from marketing or selling our potato seed, this would simply end our lives, because that is what we depend on.
The diversity of varieties developed by farmers and the richness of local farmers' knowledge have always been the basis for developing new varieties. This diversity has also helped to adapt our agriculture to the changing climate and changing needs of our society. In the end, women will decide if the variety meets the family's food needs or not. Therefore, men and women must equally take part in developing new varieties. For centuries, we farmers have passed our knowledge and customs down from one generation to the next. Nowadays, community radio stations can help to share our knowledge, reaching out to rural women in particular.
Community radio stations are important to promote the rights of farmers, to promote our native seeds so that we all conserve and cultivate our native seeds. Local radio stations are important because they broadcast in our native languages.
Another way to protect and share our traditional knowledge is by developing cookbooks that show how we make special dishes with our local crop varieties. By sharing our knowledge, we women can keep future generations interested in our traditional varieties and recipes. Here at the annual Agrobiodiversity Fair in Huehuetenango, hundreds of farmers coming from far away eagerly collect the cookbook. Apart from conserving and exchanging our knowledge, we also have the right to share and sell our own seed. Seed fairs enable us to trade the seed and planting materials from our farm. Apart from maize, pulses, potatoes, and vegetables, at seed fairs we can also exchange materials and knowledge on fruit, timber, and medicinal plants.
There are potato varieties that farmers have lost. At seed fairs, farmers exchange them and get them back. Those varieties have suitable characteristics for changing weather conditions. Some materials resist frost better, others resist drought, and that is the important thing of these fairs.
While growing local varieties on our farms is the best way to keep varieties alive, community seed banks offer extra security to conserve our rich diversity.
Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele na milele. Mimi ni mwana Kenya, Shika mabega. Haya,
Let us give Kayamba Roots Hearty Club. Asante sana. I think chakula imeteremshwa sasa imefika mahali ambapo inafaa ifike. Sio? Thank you very much. Now we want to continue with the presentation here, and there is one presentation that we had skipped in the morning because of 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons. And I want to call upon right now Dr. Disterio Nyamongo to do his presentation right away, and he's right in front of me here. Hebu tumpatie makofi anapopanda kwa stage. Atuongeleshe kizungu ili tuweze kuelewa sawa sawa.
Bali.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Have you had enough of Kayamba? Do you want to have some of Nyamongo? Oboliwa babe keande, keando oboliwa baba, oboliwa baba keande, keande, keande baba motengera nyangwe sondindindi, amaemba tata matoro, matoro amaemba tata matoro, matoro. Matoro matengera nyangwe sondini. Oboli is millet. Amaemba is sorghum. I've not heard that from Kayamba. And we are talking about indigenous. Kayamba, that's your challenge. I love isikie hii tena. Kule ni wali. Kule ni wimbi, kule ni mawele, hizo ni chakula bora cha kutupata nguvu. Kule ni marawe, kule ni mapera. All right. That's what I want to hear from Kayamba. We are here celebrating food diversity. So your songs must be relevant. I'm here to talk about securing Kenya's food, genetic resources. Of course, genetic resources are a food. So I'm here talking about how we can secure Kenya's food security. Genetic resources are the building blocks from where resilient varieties are developed. So until we have secured our genetic resources, we can't pride ourselves of being food sovereign or food secure. Ndugu yangu, the first slide. Now the story of genetic resources conservation, at least in Kenya, globally it started much earlier. People started talking about it in the 70s, early 70s, late 70s. And that was during the Green Revolution, when improved varieties were being promoted for ensuring that we are food sufficient, especially maize. Now, breeders realized that as they were promoting the improved varieties, farmers were abandoning their land races so that they can grow more food. And those land races were disappearing from the farming systems. And that's how the policymakers were approached and were told we are likely to lose our land races unless we establish a genetic resources conservation facility. That's how Nyamongo's institute was born. We will hear about that later. Give me the second slide. Now, what are the components of genetic resources and what are the complementary conservation procedures? We have plant genetic resources, we have animal genetic resources, there are microbial genetic resources, of genetic resources. You can, naturally, these things can be conserved in situ where they naturally occur. What we have in national parks, national reserves, protected areas, the genetic resources occurring in those areas have been conserved in situ, where they naturally occur, and they are happy experiencing the everyday changes in climate. So they undergo the evolutionary changes together with the climate. That will be the best way of conserving our genetic diversity. However, it's not possible to have all of them in situ because some of the areas, the land masses, they occur, we need them for development, and therefore, that's how the other ex situ measures, ex situ approaches of conserving those materials from where they naturally occur have been developed. One way is to do it in a seed bank, like what we have at the Genetic Resources Research Institute up in Muguga. Then if you can't have in seed bank because some plants do not produce seeds, or if they produce seeds, they can't withstand the conservation measures that they are subjected to. For those seeds which we technically call orthodox, the ones that can be dried to very low moisture content and frozen under sub-zero temperatures, those ones are the ones that we can comfortably conserve as seeds. Those are the ones that farmers have in their community seed banks because they are able to withstand those conditions. But some other genetic resources, some other plant species, they have seeds that cannot be dried. Once you dry them, they dry. So for those ones, you can either choose to conserve them as tissue cultures. I'm sure most of you are aware of the tissue culture banana. So banana is one of those species that do not produce seeds. You generate that small plantlet and have it in a vial, control the temperature so that it doesn't overgrow that vial very fast. Alternatively, you can have it as a growing plant in the field, in a field gene bank. Now, if you are also able and you have the facilities, you can extract either the DNA or the cells or the pollen or whatever it is and conserve them in liquid nitrogen. Freeze them and conserve them in liquid nitrogen, a process commonly referred to as cryopreservation. Then, if I've talked about in vitro conservation, cryopreservation, and field gene banks. 2, you can have it in botanical gardens, and that is what initially that we used to do before we started the field gene banks. Next slide. Why do we conserve? I started by saying you conserve them because they're useful as animal feed. You require them as building blocks for generating improved varieties. You require them for livestock improvement. They are medicinal plants. And if you leave them there in situ and their land use changes, the bush is cleared and you don't have that, the species are cleared, you will use your medicine. You want to use them in infrastructure development, your furniture, constructing your houses and so on and so forth. Those are genetic resources that generate whatever that is utilized in whatever manner. Next slide. They're so important, but because of human action, we are again disseminated. While they are very useful, because of our bad practices, we injure them where they naturally occur. If we are not destroying them through overgrazing, we are destroying them through logging. If we are not doing that, then floods, because we have cleared the hilltops, we have drained the wetlands. So when El Niño comes, like the one we are expecting, there will be floods. And where those floods will land, they will injure the genetic resources wherever they are. Population pressure, I'm not sure. There are countries in this planet whose population density is much higher than that of Kenya. And yet when you go to those countries, the landscapes are extremely green. One of them is South Korea. South Korea, the hilltops were once extremely cleared, worse than what we have done in Kenya. But they made a deliberate decision to revegetate their landscapes, and they're extremely green, much greener than ours. So population, that's a scapegoat, that we are draining the wetlands so that we can create land for agriculture. Wrong policies. I will not agree with you. Usika is my witness. The area available for food production in Korea is less than 10% of their land. And that's the area they have used for infrastructure development. Ours is, we have been saying, is 20%. So what did we do with the 20% and yet we can't produce enough food for ourselves? We need to go back to the drawing board and see where the rain started beating us. Next slide. So those are other reasons why we have to go to the field collect them, and conserve them ex situ. What is the institutional and legislative framework for securing our genetic diversity? In the country, we only have one long-term conservation facility. That is housed at Geri. There are other institutions who, by virtue of their mandate, end up conserving those valuable resources. All the protected areas under KWS or Kenya Forestry Service host a great genetic diversity, including wild foods and the wild crop relatives. You require genes from those wild crop relatives to impart resilience in your domesticated crops. So they serve as a source. By continuing to protect those areas and ensuring that we don't lose that diversity, they have therefore secured the genetic diversity. The national museums where we are seated have several heritage sites which have been protected. And some of those heritage sites, they harbor genetic resources, and by virtue of that mandate given to the Museum of Kenya, we have, they have conserved the diversity. This is one facility that actually works very closely with the Genetic Resources Research Institute in terms of knowing what to collect. They have very strong taxonomy expertise, which is assist. That flora. So there's that central one conservation facility that is available for use in conserving our genetic resources, but then there are other institutions given their mandate end up securing the genetic diversity. I've put their name through the MCO, who have been given the powers to regulate access, especially access to our wild genetic resources. So now, again, the acts for these agencies, if you go through them, they have been, the acts establishing those agencies have given them a role in securing the genetic diversity. Next slide. Now I will talk more about Geri, where you could just say it was too much. Dehydrated me. Now, Geri was established by an act of parliament that established Kalro, Geri being one of the semi-autonomous institutes of Kalro in 2014. But Geri did not come into being in 2014. I started by saying the idea to establish a conservation facility was mooted way back in the 70s. And early 80s, the establishment of the current facility at Geri started, and that facility became operational has been operational since 1988. We have the mandate to conserve plant, microbial, and animal genetic resources. However, our current capacity is, as I said earlier, is on plants. We do not only conserve the diversity from within Kenya, but we also have a regional and a global mandate. We have a global mandate for the conservation of sesame. We conserve sorghum, finger millet, and the pigeon peas for Africa, from the African region. Next slide. What are we managed to secure to date? We have collected to about 52,000, call them samples or ecotypes or whatever you want to call them, or accessions. And that represents about 1968, to be exact, species. Kenya is home to over 7,500 plant species. So we are far off from securing the total Kenya plant diversity, leave alone the other components of genetic resources. And that graph, we have given some of the commodity crops that about the top 10 commodity crops that the majority are cereals, and those have benefited because of that regional mandate. We have been able to conserve for the region the other, other than the Kenya germplasm. Next. About 12,000 belong to that category. I was challenged over lunchtime that we are calling maize indigenous. Maize never originated here. But I told them whatever now is a land race is ours, and that's why we are calling them indigenous. Technically, yes, they are not indigenous, but they have naturalized over time. So things like maize, cassava are indeed not indigenous to Kenya, but they are crops that we have grown, known to be grown for a very long time. And those land races have now naturalized. Some of the indigenous crops are sorghum, finger millet, and the like. Wild species or wild crop relatives, we have about 4,300. Some of the advanced varieties, we also conserve what might be lost from the farming system. Like now, 614, for those of you who come from Kitale or Katumani maize, what the breeders have developed. We also conserve samples, just in case it is lost from the farming system. Breeders have given us some of the lines to conserve for them. Now, there are those that we get, which we, at the point of collecting, we are not told where they are end of. What are the genetic resources conservation gaps? As I said, we are here to conserve the total diversity for plants. Some countries in the world have conserved all plant species that occur within their territory. Something that we should envy. So we have just scratched the surface. While animal genetic resources may be by default have been conserved in some organizations. Like you could have some of the livestock stats conserving the indigenous breeds. But no deliberate effort has been put to the conservation of animal genetic resources. Microbial, we are yet to touch. Aquatic, we are yet to touch. The insects, very few have been conserved. And the most unfortunate thing is that as an institute, we have greatly dependent on donor support. That has exposed us to, has exposed our genetic resources, because once you are donor dependent, he will come with his money and he will tell you what to do with the money. You may not be able to do what you could have wanted to do. You may not put that money in what is otherwise your priority area. This is an area that we are losing in, and the moment we moved, like other countries have done, Ethiopia made deliberate decision to establish a biodiversity research institute that is self-contained, where all components of genetic resources are addressed. I think that's about the only country. South Africa has made an effort, but Ethiopia is way ahead of the rest of us in Africa. Next slide. Thank you. So, Chairman, what's another song?
Dr. Nyamongo a better clap than that one. He was very short and clear. Now we want to take this session so that we can have a few questions around. I'll be moving with the microphone around the audience. So Dr. Nyamongo is here, so maybe you can ask a few questions. Can I see the first hand up? Hakuna maswali. Everything was clear. Wanapenda kudance. So, let me call upon Kayamba Roots. If you can hear me, you can do one song. Ile Dr. Nyamongo alikuwa ameitisha ile ya Oboliwa Baba Keande.
Yes.
Yes. As we wait. Asante sana. I think Dr. Nyamongo, you're officially one of Kayamba Roots members. Yeah? Now, I want us to call... you have a question for Betari? Okay, sir. Yeah. You can just...
Especially given where we have come from, the miles we have to still cover. It's a long way. It's a long way. But I'm just wondering, we talk about food resources. Not food security. Year in, year out. And Dr. Nyamongo spelled it very clearly that genetic resources are the building blocks of our food security. And I was just wondering what our Ministry of Agriculture, and especially our policy makers, if they are reading what we say, I don't think they are reading properly. And I think it's high time decision makers got involved in this campaign and what we are doing in this forum. Unless we do that, we'll just be singing the same song day in, day out. And I have the same background as Dr. Nyamongo. And I know exactly what he means by this. Because we are losing a lot of genetic resources. Our policies are not right, and it's high time, I think, those on top there got involved in what we are doing. Yes.
I don't know, Betari, will take another one or you answer?
It's not really a question, it's a comment. It's agreeing with... Yeah, you know, the tragedy is the genetic resources that are collected from here go out there, very small intervention, and the US sold as improved seed. Right now, sorghum in America is a hot cake. And that genetic resources have come from Africa. They may not have come from Kenya, but those genetic resources must have come from Africa, because the origin of sorghum is here. And very many, actually now, the next thing that you are going to see being exported to Kenya, imported to Kenya, exported from other countries, is what we generously refer to as African leafy vegetables. Yes. That's what you will be receiving seed, improved seed of African leafy vegetables, because we have refused to invest in enhancing. My sister Lusika will be talking about indigenous crops. Carlo, in our small way, have been making an effort to do that, but that's just scratching the surface. Again, using donor money. If we have to secure our food security, I think our research organizations must be resourced by our exchequer. That is the only way out for Africa to become food secure. African countries African policymakers must think along those lines, that we are going to receive support so that we enhance our food security. I don't see it. Moi alisema nini? Kuna msungu anapenda wewe. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In a small way, again, we have partnered with farmers. Gloria was here in the morning. Gloria Otieno, I don't know where she is. We have worked with other organizations like that one of Gloria to establish community seed banks where we exchange the materials. Actually, all is not gloomy as it might look. There is a change of heart. The seed policy that's currently being reviewed has fully recognized the role and importance of the farm-managed seed system. So I think we are in track. It's not all gloomy the way I may have painted it. So to answer your question, we do work with farmers because some of those materials we have conserved, we collect them from farmer fields. It's the farmers that have given us that diversity. We didn't have them at the gene bank. We collected them from the farm. We, from time to time, depending on resource availability, work with communities to expose again the communities to what they may have lost over the years from their farming systems. Like this year and last year, we have been working with farmers from Busia, promoting the sorghum and finger millet diversity through the support of the crop trust to expose the farmers to the diversity we are conserving, invite farmers to the field. We undertake field participatory selection where farmers pick what they think is good for them. Then what they have selected, we work with them and give out seed kits to many more farmers now in the region who will again evaluate on themselves and give us the feedback among the ones that we have, what are of interest to them. Some farmers, depending on their interest, some pick those that are good for forages, others keep that are good in yield, others early maturing. So in a small way, we have been working with seed communities. The seed savers are involved in this activity. They will bear me witness that we have been working with them in terms of training. They have banked some of the materials that they have in their active gene bank. They have secured those materials at our facility. So in a small way, we are doing it. But it's so little that you can't be proud of, because you know you could be able to do much more out there. And the farmers who are year in, year out losing a crop because of the vagaries of weather, and you know in your collection you have materials that could otherwise escape that drought, and you have been not able expose that to the farmers. That's the frustration. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Clary, for that very beautiful presentation. I loved it when you underscored it with the dance, and especially the song being in Kisii language, which makes it even richer. And I thought that was really beautiful to watch you dance. One of the things that I've observed also with the collections that you have is that most of them are food crops. But we have some seeds that we use for cultural purposes, and others just for aesthetics, and others for, landscaping and all that. I don't know whether you have a section that does collection for those sort of seeds, because they are also disappearing. I made an observation this morning. Kayamba does a good job, but I wasn't very impressed with them dancing in a wrapper rather than using sides of skirts. That is something that I thought that we should look into, that how can we revamp this size of area and grow some crops that also lend themselves to our cultural values, such as the sisal. So we need all those collections done so that we can be sure that we have not left anything out, and that we are not subject to biodiversity laws just because we have lost the uses of those particular seeds. We need to bring them back. Secondly, I have, of course, thank you very much. Secondly, much as I am quite into these farm managed seed systems, one of the challenges that I've faced at the level of the African Seed and Biotechnology Program is the issue of quality control. Because when we come to farm managed seed systems, quality control that we see a quality seed is not the same interpretation like these other people, the UPOC people, who use DSU, distinct stability and uniformity, to look at seed quality and call it a quality seed. Our standards are completely very, very different, especially when you come to issues of purity. Most of the seeds that we have are composites and also open pollinated. So when we say quality control, they want us to conform to that they are distinct, stable, and uniform, which we cannot force our seeds to fit in that particular system. What do we do regarding standards and make them African so that they apply to our seeds? And having said this, because we know that we now have a corridor within which we can trade ourselves. The African Common Free Trade Area. Because I don't think there is any African country that will come and ask me that my grass seed or a vegetable seed must fit to a certain standard before we can be able to trade in that particular seeds. Is there a section in Carlo where you do quality control, or you are interested in the area of developing standards so that we are not forced to fit into the standards of UPO? That question as really, I always push it into the situation of FMSs, and they say that we cannot fit ourselves into that. We have to have our own quality standards. Even the IPPC, they say why they don't develop standards at the level of the IPPCs, because we Africans, we have not proposed any standards to them that are just, we can apply to our own situation so that we can present them there and force them to accept it, because that is a standard for our own African products. What do we do regarding standards at the level of government?
Thank you for that question. I think the first one was more of a comment. I will address myself to the second question. Again, there is hope in the national city policy that's being revised. It recognizes the existence of the farm managed seed system, and it recognizes the complexity of the other seed system. And our vision is that we will have regulations for farm managed seed systems that are not necessarily for those ones that are for the current, and that's the thinking that's going on in the revised, the national city policy, and it has to start from there. Once that has been recognized at that end, now it's possible now to come down and enact, amend the Seed Act to recognize the farm managed seed system and develop regulations that are amenable to the system itself. Even before then, Calro had already started thinking about it, but now how to get that operationalized, we hit a snag, and the review of the national city policy, I think, will be an opening, because you cannot just have that system before it is properly legislated. That's where the snag, because what we were seeing then during that, the thinking within Calro is that the Chini Bank, the Nigeria could be the facility to service the farm management system with the early generation seed, all right? With the early generation seed, and probably departments within Calro assisting farmers to inject quality into the farm managed seed system. No, when I'm talking about quality, not similar to what is in the farm seed system, but ensure that, again, you do not create a farm managed seed system which becomes a conduit of spreading the seed, diseases and pests. There must be a way of ensuring that as we promote it, we don't end up, again, creating other problems. Because when you talk about uniformity, uniformity is because your machine is going to come and harvest, and you want to set it at a certain level, and it is able to harvest. Farmers in Makueni water, what machines they have used in harvesting, even if one crop is here and another one down there, is that important to them? Because the one that has given a crop down here, the one that goes up there may not give a crop by the end of the season, but this one will have produced. That kind of diversity is required in that kind of farming system, so that a farmer does not suffer a total crop failure. Thank you. I think we have that window now, especially when that draft policy comes out for public participation. Those are some of the ideas that we need to give. Thank you.
Short question. I come from Mombasa. I'm Marilyn Naibu from CGA, Grassroots Consumer Organizations. So my question is about the bees. Yesterday I read something online about bees, because one of the farmers came to me and asked me that, okay, they are trying to rear their bees, and they kind of don't have them coming to their whatever they use, beehives, that is. But now, when I was trying to read to see what is happening, I read from online that we are having a decrease of bees in the world. As in Kenya, do we have anything already in place for conservation of our bees? Is there a way that farmers, local farmers from within the community, can also do it or preserve the bees, so that at the end of the day, it's not just Europe but also Kenya, we are able to conserve? Because even today, as I was walking in those stalls, there was no stall that did not have honey. And we have to harvest this honey because we need to have the bees in order for us to harvest. Thank you.
Yes, we have something within Kenya. We have a whole institute, just like Gary, the apiculture and other useful Insects Research Institute, headquartered in the Pakera, the Rift Valley. And one of their major activities is in the bees. And that's where we have the bee expertise. If you have any issues about the bee, you can let us have the questions, and we'll get you we'll get the experts' response to your queries. There is a whole institute within CALRO that whose mandate is on bee research and other useful insects.
Asante sana Daktari Nyamongo, tumpatie makofi mazuri ambayo yanatoshana na yeye. Now, this next session I want to call upon Rosina. That is our next moderator. Tumpatie Rosina makofi mazuri kabisa. Rosina is from Pelham, Kenya. She will take us through the next session. Asante sana.
I think I should this one. Which one is working?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Do you need another music? I think the music came and then we had all the questions coming, yeah? Yeah, so I'm Rosina Benya. I'm a country coordinator at Pelham, Kenya, and I'm excited to lead this next session. This session is a very important session because it touches a lot of things that we do, and something that is a global issue, the issue of climate change. Now we are even talking about climate crisis. Now it has moved from climate change, now it is a crisis because it's a global issue that is worsening day and night. And in Kenya, we have experienced a prolonged drought. Kuna wakati tulikuwa na karibu 4 seasons hakuna mvua vizuri. We have also experienced unpredictable rain. Nakuwa kama ni mkulima, you are not able to tell mvua itaanza lini because mabadiliko tabia nchi. And we have also experienced some emerging pests and diseases kama vile fall armyworms. Tumeona pia there have been like the desert locust and other pests that have also come and affected our crops. So we want to discuss today. I know time is not on our side, but we want just to have a discussion and also on a discussion on digitalization of agriculture so that we start the discussion on how agroecology is also responding to these issues of climate change or climate crisis. And allow me to welcome, first we start with a keynote presentation from our very own Dr. Mihindo. Dr. Mihindo is the Executive Director of Effective IPM Association. They do a lot of work on integrated pest management. They also do a lot of work on regreening the country. He will explain more, but we'll start off with that presentation, and then later we shall go to a panel discussion. So let us just be patient. We shall try to manage time. I know time is not on our side. So Dr. Mindo, maybe in 20 minutes maximum. Yes. So karibu sana.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please promise me one thing. Two things, eh? One is that you will not sleep. Promise? Two, that you will not get bored. Okay? So, as Rosina has said, my name is Dr. Nehemiah Mihindo. I work for an organization called Effective IPM Association. IPM is Integrated Pest Management. So our work goes around research and training on pest management issues, and we look around areas where farmers can do better in terms of saving on the money that they use in acquiring pesticides, and also looking for interventions that are more environmentally friendly than the ones that we have in the market. So my presentation. important to note that things are not okay, isn't it? Life has really changed, and it is important to note that the reason why we are here, if things were okay, we wouldn't be here talking about seed and food culture, because we already could be, instead of talking about it, we could be celebrating that we have a lot of seeds at our disposal. We have a lot of indigenous crops that we are using, but things have really changed. And the reason why things have changed is because, one, is because of what we are calling climate change. Climate change has really brought us down. And that is why Rosina is calling it now climate what? It's a real crisis. Look at what we are saying now. I think about 50 people here have talked about rain for this season, isn't it? You have talked about the rain that is coming, because you don't know whether it is going to be too much or it is going to be too little. Even the meteorological departments in the countries cannot predict properly what is coming. They started by telling us that we are going to have a lot of rainfall. I read last week that, what did they say? That it's not going to be as much as we had said. It is going to be a lot, but not as much as they had said. That tells you that they are not certain about what is to come. But some years to come, we could predict very well that, Dr. Sarah, when I started working with you, we could predict that the rains were to come in March, up to May, then October up to December. And it was definite. Right now, we cannot predict. And that is why we are talking about climate change. That's why we are all begging. We are all praying to God that He doesn't give us rainfall that is going to be a disaster to us. Because we don't know what is going to happen. Even you now, you look worried. Everybody looks worried because we don't know what is going to happen. Everybody is looking at the clouds to see what the clouds are going to bear. And that is why I want us to discuss about agroecology for climate resilience. And I was given two topics. The other one is on soil health, safe alternative for agrobiodiversity. I'm going to chaganya them because of time. Because again, they are both related, and therefore I'm going to mix them. The next slide, please. This is what I have been talking about. It is evident that the global food system is not delivering good nutrition for all, and it's causing environmental degradation and loss of biodiversity. You know, the agriculture that we have been used to now is not giving us what we want. And that is why we have a lot of questions to Dr. Nyamongo. Where are these genetic resources that we are conserving so that we can use them? Because what we are already using is not giving us enough. It is not giving us good enough resources that our communities can use. And we know that food production has also become very expensive, very, very expensive. And what the government of Kenya did the other day, you remember, there was what we call fertilizer subsidy, isn't it? Why were they subsidizing the fertilizer? It's because the prices were too high for the farmers. So the state of the nation in terms of the food production enough. So what is happening in Kenya? We are going to other countries, and I hear now Uganda is coming to buy from us. And why are they buying from us? Because the market system in our country is also not well streamlined. Farmers cannot sell to the government because, I don't know, the government does not give them good enough prices. Therefore, they have to sell to other countries. So, as we talk about the world, if we localize our systems are so wanting that Right now, we don't know where we are headed. We don't know whether we shall have food for the next season. So it is very, very important that we think about that. And then, because of fluctuation in environmental conditions, the water systems are also kept reducing. You will bear with me that the government is talking about not relying on rain-fed agriculture. That is what we are talking about. But are we actualizing what we are saying? Are we walking our talk? So the water for production has also reduced immensely. And therefore, that has led to reduction in the amount of food that we are producing. And that is why when I started, I said, that is why we are here. That is why we want to hear better alternatives that will give us hope. Because man lives on hope. Even for the Christians, we always say that hope is the one that keeps us moving, isn't it? So, and even what we have been promised, eternal life, do we know where it will come from? But we hope that it will one day come. When we talk about Moses, he died when he was still hoping that one day he will resurrect. When we talk about Peter, all those people. So hope is very important in our system. And when you have hope and you can see some light, it becomes better than when you have hope and you don't have any light. I want to tell you a story about my mother. There was a drought. It was in 1984, isn't it? Was it 1984? This Gadikari, when we were eating yellow maize, the yellow maize. 19? Some are saying 84, some are saying 1980, whatever. So my mother, we didn't have food. We didn't have food. So there are these arrows. Zile ukiweka kwa jiko inakaa the whole day and they don't cook. Zimekuanga tu ya tu kwa macho namna gani? Namna hii. So my mother would get those arrows, anaweka kwa jiko, and then she would light some fire and go away. Then we would keep on checking. We go and then we check, but we had hope that we shall eat what? These arrows. By the time we are getting tired, the mother comes in with some meat sopra, and she cooks some ugali, and we are happy. That is the hope that we want, even with our government, as far as food production is concerned. But now we have that hope. We don't have. So the droughts have also extended, and when the rainfall is erratic, so do we have hope? The next slide, please. So the next slide. Yeah, the other thing is about population pressure. The people, as food keeps on decreasing, the number of people keep on increasing. In other countries, the number of people keep on decreasing and the food keep on increasing. But in Kenya, it is the other way out. Where the food, the land for cultivation has kept on decreasing. The other thing is the issue of urbanization. Most of the lands, especially around here, Kiambu area, very soon we are not going to have any crops in Kiambu area. True or false? Because most of the land is being converted into homes. So that keeps on decreasing. And the other thing is the growing numbers of local people has therefore been forced in poverty, providing a sobering demonstration of how the influence of climate change can result in food insecurity. So what we are saying here is that people keep on becoming poorer and poorer. This is the agriculture that we used to boast about is no longer there. We were introduced to good crops that could produce a lot of produce, but that Since that regime did not last for long. And that is why we are saying that instead of the agriculture that we have boosting us to become more self-reliant, it is boosting us to become more dependent on other people. So the other thing is that the agriculture, because of climate change, there is emergence of a lot of new pests that never used to be there. I don't know who still talked about for which other one? I'll be asking questions so that people don't. Dr. Sarah, you know, you are my best friend in this room. Which other pest? New pest? Yes, I have mentioned that one. Yeah, you have the spore has been quite a nuisance. Then you have the tutor absoluta. You know the tutor absoluta? The one that attacks what? Tomato. So these pests have not been there. But because of changes in environmental conditions, because of changes in even agricultural practices, these pests have come. But where did they come from? For instance, tutor absoluta, we are told they came from, was it South America? Yeah, it came from South America, went to Nigeria, then came to, I don't know how it came to Kenya, and that time, I think Carol, Dr. Lucy, you are there. You are there. Oh? And you and warning us that there is a pest coming, called what? Tutor absoluta. I remember at the Carol headquarters that, and we were given some information about tutor absoluta, and eventually it did what? It did alive. And when it came, the conditions were very conducive for it to come here. So we are saying that new pests have grown up. The next slide, I will move very fast. So as we talk, as we come with all these problems, there are people who are thinking about more sustainable systems of farming, more better methods that can help the farmers to realize their objectives in terms of food production. And that is why we are, and systems that look at not just the crop, because the current agricultural system looks at the crop and what it is supposed to do, to give. But we need to look at both the history and where we are going. Because if we don't look at the history, then we don't learn from our mistakes. If we don't look at where we are going, we don't predict what is going to happen tomorrow. And that is where now agroecology comes in. The next slide. So I have given, just for people, because we are different here, agroecology is a scientific discipline, a set of practices and social movements. So we are saying it is both a science discipline and a social discipline. So we are looking at the system of agriculture and trying to study it and see where the gaps are so that we can fill them. And that is where we have failed in terms of looking at climate change, the effects of climate change. Because the current agriculture talks about, when we talk about the seed, do you know where the seeds we use come from? 614. Can farmers explain where those seeds come from? We can. And there is another one called Duma. Where does it come from? Dr. Sarah? Yeah? She doesn't know. Dr. Rusika, you can help. From Zimbabwe, now they have come and opened shop here. Seedco. So we are getting seeds from where? Zimbabwe? So those were they made for our environmental conditions? it is important that we look at the environment that we have and produce seeds that are suited for this environment. I want to laud Caro. They have been doing quite a good job in terms of making sure that with all the problems that Caro have, Dr. Nyamongo, Dr. Sike, you are doing a good job in terms of trying to produce locally manufactured seeds where? Here. But have they been able to get enough seeds for our local farmers? The multinational companies are bringing these seeds, and because they are not meant for our environment, that is why with the production keeps on reducing. So it is important that we look at systems that look at a holistic way of production of seeds. I'm talking about seeds because right now we are talking about seeds and indigenous foods. So that looks around the seeds and these other agricultural practices so that each practice helps the other. We have got people here who are promoting agroecology, different organizations. If I can say by a show of hands, how many people are promoting agroecology here? Agroecology. Thank you very much. Let me ask one person. What do you call the system that you promote? Mother? Yeah. What do you call the system that you promote? Your organization promotes agroecology. Hmm? Let me give you an example. Yeah, you have been reminded. You do regenerative, regenerative agriculture. By the neighbor? Oh, you are in the same organization. Which other? Who is the other? Opera? Huh? Ecological agriculture. How many names are those? 2. Another one? Esther? Permaculture. Another one? Sustainable ecological agriculture. Very good. Another one? What? That's a new one to me. That is another one. Those are now 5. Another one? Soil protection and rehabilitation. Soil? Protection and rehabilitation. Under which title? There are different titles. Grow biointensive agriculture. We have others who are doing organic agriculture, isn't it? But all of them are trying to say that we look at the farm as a system. We look at it as a system where each organ of the system is helping the other. Don't look at the livestock in isolation from crops. Don't look at your crops in isolation from soil, isn't it? So we look at that as a system. So that is why we are saying that agroecology is the way to go, in terms of helping us understand the environmental dynamics our farmers are going through, and also trying to localize what the science that we are doing in order to suit the farmers' situations. Next slide. The next slide, please. Yeah, I have tried to talk about elements of biodiversity, and I want us to look at them and see where they really help in terms of climate change, mitigation, in terms of giving farmers resilience. Agroecology has the element of diversification. Here, we are not talking about one enterprise in the farm. This is what has been the trend in the country. This is what has been the trend in the world, monocropping. But the element of biodiversity is very, very important in agroecology, where we are growing different types of crops. If one crop fails, the farmer is going to use another crop. Very, very important. Here, are we promoting that? If we are doing that, very good. Are we promoting monoculture? If we are promoting monoculture, then let us ask ourselves some questions. So I'm saying that we are looking at food security while conserving, protecting, and enhancing natural resources. So I say that you have to look at the farm as a system. We are talking of co-creation and sharing of knowledge. Agriculture from innovations respond better to local challenges when they are co-created through participatory processes. Participatory processes in terms of the farmers' system, I've just said that one system works with the other, and even in terms of organizational operations, the information that you have and the information that the other organization have, if that exchange, co-creation, and even participatory processes, and then I just ask, how much do you know about the seeds that you are growing? Very little, because we have not been involved in their production. But if the farmer was involved in their production, I remember when long ago, when Kenya Seed Company used to get farmers to produce the seeds. Farmers could know the pesticides that could perform. But right now they don't know. They have brought seeds that are terminator seeds that they cannot explain how tomorrow will be. So that is the second one. The next slide, I'm just about to finish. Then synergies enhance key functions across food systems, supporting production and multiple ecosystem services. Building of synergies, even within the farms. There are plants that will help each other. So by encouraging our farmers to have diversity in the farms, by encouraging our farmers to understand those plants that can grow together, I think the farmers will develop systems that are going to help them produce enough, even under stressful conditions. Then among the institutions, by working together, like now we are members of Pelam Association, we are members of Viva Kenya, we work together. Like now we are developing a manual on agroecology. I bring expertise on pest management. She brings expertise on on youth and women, and we bring it together. Then that manual is going to be used by everybody. The other one is recycling. Agroecology believes in recycling and making sure that enterprises work together, where energy from one resource goes to another resource, and that way you reduce the cost of production and also the environmental cost that otherwise you would have incurred. I have seen 4 people sleeping. Please don't sleep. Please, I'm about to. One of the person who is sleeping is my friend Mintani. Yeah? I'm a good. So it is important that we encourage our communities to do recycling, and this is what we are talking about in agroecology. Recycling of nutrients. The agriculture that we have now is very, very expensive because of inputs, and that is why you find, if you go to the exhibitions there, you have find that there are organizations that are trying to help farmers to recycle the nutrient, the resources that they have, the materials that are in their compounds to make useful fertilizers, isn't it? So that is very, very important. Then we have the efficiency and innovative ecological practices produce more using less external resources. Hallelujah. Are we together? So we are saying that we emphasize on the use of locally available resources instead of going out, and that is related with recycling. Let the farmer use what we call across the system, where most of the things that go on, the farmer takes out what he sells, but does not bring in what he buys to put in the agricultural, in the production chain, isn't it? So that is very, very important. And we encourage, for those who are promoting agroecology, and I said, you could be promoting organic agriculture. You are promoting some aspects of agroecology. You could be promoting biodynamic agriculture. You are promoting some elements of agroecology. You could be, there's another one called, you forgot, it's called farming God's way. Farming God's way. So we want to go back to the Garden of Eden. So all those are covered where? Here. So we are saying that we use less external input, but more of what we locally available resources. Next is right. Then, of course, resilience, enhance resilience of people, communities, and ecosystem is key to sustain. These harsh conditions are coming, but our farmers ready to face them? Do they have mechanisms to cope with the harsh conditions? We should be able to prepare our farmers to have mechanisms to cope with the harsh conditions that have been brought by climate change. For instance, do they have alternatives? Do they have diversity? Are they growing cassavas? Are we only relying on maize? The other day we were crying. Hakuna mahindi? Hakuna mahindi. But, hakuna chakula. Because chakula ni nini? Ni mahindi. Is chakula mahindi? You tell Aruya to eat muhogo. Another story, let me give you another story. I used to work in Kakamega. And the first day I went, and I was given, Nigeria is what? Githeri. Maize and beans, those I was given a plate of maize and beans. And then I was hungry. And what I did was I worked on that maize and beans properly until my stomach was full. Just as I said thank you, the lady says, thanks for what and you have not eaten. Then she brings a whole chicken, very nice pre-cooked and busuma. Because for me, maize and beans in chakula. Where I come from, it is nice food. But to the Ruya, it's just a starter. We need to change the mindset of these people. And where did that maize flour come from? From the maize, isn't it? The same maize that he is eating together with beans. You see, we need to change the mindset so that they have more resilience in their thinking. Then we have the human and social values, protecting and improving rural livelihoods, equity and social well-being is essential for sustainable food. Yeah, we also have to protect our people and the culture that they have. I'm happy that we are talking here about the culture. Yesterday, Anne Maina, I saw you were in Boma. You went? Yes, which was very good, because yesterday was Utamanduni Day, isn't it? We need to be proud of what we have and protect it properly. The next slide, please. Yeah, we have now culture and food traditions. By supporting healthy, diversified, and culturally appropriate diet, agroecology contributes to food security. And you can see that we are using a holistic approach to agricultural production. The other one that I will add to this is emphasizing on not just on crops, but even on animals, on other species, the rare species. Let us try to emphasize more on the farming of animals, organisms like snails, isn't it? And let us have the culture to eat what is not normally eaten. So that in case, and this is why we are talking about developing resilience, so that kama simba hapati nyama anakula nini? Nyasi. Kama simba hapati nyama anakula nyasi. Next is right. Then we have responsible governance. And sustainable food and agriculture requires responsible and effective governance mechanisms at different scales, from local to national to global. Very, very important. This has really affected us because we try to develop policies, allow agroecology, and we are always doing what? What timing. If we have good governance, then the policy, the systems that are good will be adopted right from the local level to the national and even to the global level. So then at the local level, we could be doing very well. People are making bokashi. People are making all these things. People are making biofertilizers. But when it comes to the national, hiyo kitu haitakubalika by the policy. So why can't these policies be friendly to the city and respond to the needs of our communities? And then when it comes to the global world, the multinationals want to sell, isn't it? They want to sell. So they either any policy that is going to affect to affect their operations. And you know how they heed that. Unajua ile ya kurudisha mkono namna hii. You know that? Hiyo inaleta shida, especially in Kenya. So we need to have responsible and effective governance mechanisms. Even amongst our institutions, it is important that we have systems that are farmer-friendly, systems that direct resources to the farmers. I'm sorry to say that most of the work that we do ends up in books or in shelves. I did a very good paper, a very good thesis on how to manage a pest called diamond backmore in cabbages. It's a very stubborn pest. So I did a very good paper. And then I went to teach in the university. And where did I keep the paper? I kept it myself. It is not there now because I used it, and it is because I came to the AU world. But if I was still in the university, where would it be? We need to get those papers out so that the knowledge can be used by the farmers. And the farmers are the ones who need the knowledge more than us. Then we have circular and solidarity economy. Circular and solidarity economy that connects producers and consumers, provide innovative solutions for living within our planetary boundaries, for ensuring the social foundation for inclusive and sustainable development. So we are saying that to all the actors, all the people need to work together. In agroecology, we have got people who are very good in marketing. We have got people who are doing what we call participatory guarantee systems. We need to work together. The producers, the brokers, the people who are doing marketing need to work together so that we form a common platform so that our communities and ourselves get better deals. Now, next slide. I'm the one who has the microphone. Now, I'm now even confused. Innovative agricultural farm practices, sustainable agriculture and food systems that enhance food security. For any system that you are doing, it must be enhanced food security and system. Agricultural practices enhance production. Here we are not talking about, that's what I talked about up there, that we are not talking about getting inputs from outside, but we are talking about what we have in agroecology. And I want to challenge even the organizations that are promoting agroecology. It is important to test the practices that you are promoting to make sure that you are sure that they are helping the farmers. Otherwise, if they are just the technologies that you have heard from somewhere else, then they may not be of any use. So as to reduce the use of purchased inputs, I've talked about reducing the use of purchased inputs and replacing them with locally available resources. The next one is, I have given examples of some of the systems that are used in agroecology that are good. We have mixed cropping, intercropping, all those systems. The next slide. Agroecological crop production depends on the extent to which agroecology principles are locally applied. I have talked about the principles, but it also depends. Now you have to localize those principles to match your situation. Now the next one, they adopt a system which approach embracing management of interactions among components rather than focusing only on specific technology. So we are saying, and even when we are promoting integrated pest management, we talk about different methods that reduce the pest population. We don't use one method. So agroecology does not use one method to enhance food production. It's a combination of many methods. Then the next slide. I think I have talked about that. The next one. But before that one, I said that all the agroecology, go back please, all the agroecology practices that we practice we must make sure that they are also within what we call the 4 principles by the International Federation of Organic Agriculture movement. That is the principle of health, ecology, fairness, and care. The next slide. Move. I don't want to explain. I think those are just some practices. Yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to present this in 40 minutes. The next one is that is related to agroecology. We must be farmers have to understand the importance of soil health. And I've said that soil health is defined as the continued capacity of soil function as a vital living organism that sustains plants, animals, and humans. It is the foundation for profitable, productive, and environmentally sound agricultural systems. We have to encourage our farmers to understand the status of their soil. We have to encourage farmers to feed the soil first. The soil feeds the crops, and the crops feed who? You and other animals, isn't it? So it is important to follow that cycle. Next slide. A healthy soil provides many functions that support plant growth, including nutrient cycling, all that. A healthy soil is going to self-regulate itself. It is going to provide nutrients. It is going to provide the biological function of its biological functions. So a healthy soil is very, very important. If I talk like I'm mixed up, it's because of time. Next slide. Yeah, we have also given factors that affect soil fertility, and we always say that a soil is living, isn't it? And a soil is living because it has all the components, including the macro and microorganisms, including the humus, and all those components. Let us make sure that farmers understand them. The next one. Yeah, we have the humus. Next one. Soil texture, I would have explained what I mean. Then mineral composition. This is very, very important because when even for us who are promoting agroecology, We tell farmers to do what? To apply manure, isn't it? We tell farmers to apply manure. But what quality of manure are we telling them to apply? It is important that we tell farmers to know the type of manure they are applying and the amount that they are supposed to apply. Because some of them, I think it was, who was giving me that story, that a farmer added a lot of manure on her land. And when she added a lot of manure, the crop that she was growing there did not grow. And the crop started growing. The next one, mineral composition. Very, very important. It is important for farmers to understand this, the soil pH. I hope I've explained a bit, but let us understand what I want to say is that as we understand the status of our soils, it is important to apply some science in it. It is important for farmers to do some soil testing so that they know what the soil lacks. And in soil testing, we test for nutrients, we test for pH, we test for, what else, Dr. Sarah? Cationic stage capacity, we test for, what else, Dr. Sarah? You're thinking. We test for organic matter. We also do what we call pathogenic test to know whether the soils are diseased. So it is important that we tell our farmers to do soil testing. And let us use systems, organic systems, as much as possible, because the release of nutrients by different types of manures is quite slow. Some of it is quite slow, but if you keep on using it, then your soil stabilizes, and eventually you use less and less of the inputs. The next one. Next one. Yeah, next one. The living, when we are training our communities, we tell them, nyinyi ongezeni bolea, ongezeni bolea. The other day, Carol came up, I don't know whether it was Carol, sorry if I keep on mentioning you. The other day, Carol, the government said, I think it was the advice that farmers should not use manure, raw manure. And everybody was making noise that, they are telling us not to use what? But they were not saying not to use manure, but they were saying not to use raw manure. So let us encourage pathogens. In case there are weeds, the seeds, they can die. The next one. Yeah, we have talked about this. We need to encourage our farmers to do some soil tests so that they can ascertain that their soils are clean. I think I want to end it there. And sorry, I've been mixed up by time, but the next time I'll do a better presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let us give him a better applause. A better applause. So, thank you. That was, we invite you to just have a sit with the other panelists so that we can take questions later. And that was very interesting session because most of us are thinking about agroecology, but that has also brought us to a level of understanding what is this agroecology that we are all talking about. Sorry, the time was not on your side, Daktari, and time is also not on our side again. But I want to invite the following to help us to move to the next session. That is someone from Bruce, Kenya. I never got the name. Then Robert Mwangi, Venta Mogera, and Frederick from Consumer Grassroots Association. They will be able to take us through the next session where we can have more detailed discussions about the issues of climate change. request if there is an empowered farmer here. I want to request for an empowered farmer. Mkulima yupo. Tafadhali mkulima ajitokeze aingie kwenye uwanja. You are a farmer. A farmer, yeah? Please join the panel. Okay. Tumpigie mkulima makofi. Yeah, so I wanted to extend that invitation for the farmers so that they can join us. As we say, this issue of climate change, they have become a worsening issue. And to me it's sad because even if you look at the global trends in climate change and where even the resources are going, a lot of time is going to energy and other areas of focus. Yet agriculture, in as much as it contributes to climate change, at the end of the day we have to eat. And we have this agroecology that is also playing a key role not only on mitigation but adaptation. So we want to just talk about these issues. And I would like to start with the farmer. As a farmer, please take us through your own experiences on what climate change impacts you have experienced in the last, let's say, 2-3 years, and how you are coping as a farmer. You can introduce yourself first as you speak.
Sorry, I never got your name very well. So, my name is Cecilia. I come from Laikipia County. Laikipia County is a Nassau area. I am an agroecology farmer with the Roots Kenya organization. I am a champion for transformative leadership. And a farmer for the longest time that I can remember. I used to grow maize and all the other things, but for the last 3 years, I have not done any maize because any time that I plant maize or beans, they are affected by worms and the white flies for beans, and also what we call in our local language, baridi. And also the crop failure. You plant, you expect that there will be rain, then it fails. Even now, farmers have planted, but the seeds are up and have germinated, but they are already drying. They have planted because they were anticipating the El Nino, but for now, there is no rain. They will go back to their pockets and get more seeds to plant. We do not know which seed. I found that time because he asked, do you even know where your seed is coming from? But through Roots Kenya and the project we are calling Rural Women Cultivating Change, we are starting to do organic farming. We don't have to plant maize. We are doing technologies that maybe don't require so much water, like the zybits, the vertical gardens, even in the urban and the peri-urban areas, so that we can use the minimal water that we harvest during the long rains. Because we are seeing so much water going to the downstream when it rains, but only for like a month or two. Then from there, a dry spell of over 4 or 5 months, because there are no systems of harvesting water or keeping where we can store the water so that we can use it when they are. So the biggest challenge we have as farmers is how to collect the water, how to control whatever the pests that are affecting our crops, and also how to know the correct seeds to plant. Because even from Carol, if Dr. was here, they're talking about first generation, second generation. Some of the farmers don't know about those terms. Nago ukipanda wakati huu usipande tena, ukipanda after second generation, usipande tena, because the yields zinaendelea decrease. Also, the capacity building of farmers is lacking because we do not even have those early warning systems. Ambazo zinatuambia una plant this wakati wakati huu or even to access hizo drought resistant crops.
Thank you. Let's applaud the farmer. Thank you so much. And that is Cecilia from Laikipia County. We really appreciate those sentences of how you are coping up as farmers. I would like now to move to Felix Odhiambo from Grassroots Consumer Organization. And I want to ask you, as consumers, at the end of the day we have to eat. What is our role in ensuring that we are contributing positively to resilience and mitigation of climate change?
Thank you very much. My name is Felix Odhiambo from Consumer Grassroots Association. As an organization, we work to voice out consumers' grievances, what are their concerns, because the pressure comes to us, and then we channel the relevant grievances, the relevant issues that they are facing with regards to food safety, digital and financial literacy, and even environmental conservation and green energy. So as an organization, one of the things we usually do is empower consumers to know their rights, and not necessarily rights with regard to basically all the rights the consumers have, and then also we try very hard to empower them to make informed choices. A consumer can go to the farm. We assume they don't know, and it's from a certified statistical review that most consumers don't know their rights. And what we usually do, we capacity build them in various programs that we have, and we ensure that in whatever choices they make in the market now with regards to food safety and food sovereignty, is the decisions they are making has to be informed. And we're working closely also with farmers. So what we do, like we promoting agroecology with what we are doing, is we empower consumers. They know what they need to do, which food and why is it safe, and how can they take part in the whole food system, in the whole food chain. Yeah. So you can go to the farm, and what a consumer look when they're buying a product, what is eye-catching for them. When you go to the farmers, they have a concern, like products that are inorganically produced are more appealing to the eye as opposed to the other, a crop that is agroecology produced. So for that case, you usually don't have to take food that is appealing to your eyes and interfere with your health. Like what Dr. was saying, there are very many ways of controlling pests in your farm, and some of them are very safe. They are organically produced. Integrated pest management controls are very key. So we empower consumers to know why should they take a safe food, and how can we take part in championing and promoting such initiatives to the farmers, so that whatever comes to the fork is actually safe for us.
Thank you so much, and we will pick your questions later. If you have a question to any of the panelists, please put it down, and we'll have that opportunity. So allow me to move on to the next panelist, who is Dennis Juge, and Dennis works with Roots Kenya. I would like to know, what are the current gaps and opportunities that this agriculture sector we are talking about has in terms of transforming the food systems, and particularly contributing to climate change, mitigation and resilience for farmers, and what is Roots Kenya doing to that effect in our country?
Thank you so much. My name is Dennis Njunge. I work for Roots Kenya. Roots Kenya is a movement of grassroots women and girls organizations. We are operating currently in all the 47 counties, very active in 22 counties. Thank you so much, Rosina. I want to applaud the many grassroots women who are here, who are contributing heavily in the food system. Maybe I will look at it from two aspects and say this. The way our system has been designed, it has majorly been focused on optimizing food production. But the question is, are we looking for optimal food production, or are we looking for sustainable food production? And I think it's a decision that as a country we have to make. Many times the farmers that we deal with majorly are smallholder across the country. Most of those farmers, even the production that they are making, they are not able to fully fulfill their basic needs within their homestead. So ultimately you'll find that part of their household has to go out and find other sources of income for them to substitute the kind of work or the kind of work that they are doing. And unless we change that, where we make, for me the gap first is, are we making agricultural a livelihood? That agricultural livelihood that communities, families can depend fully on without going out to substitute that particular income. And that's one gap. And we have to ask ourselves within the value chain, what is it that makes that not happen? And of course we know that one of the challenges is that the market system, the way it's designed, and someone else talked about the market system. The way the market system is designed, it is designed always to oppress the farmer. The farmer is actually the person who gets the least, yet they are the ones who put in the most cost when it comes to production of food systems. So we have to, think about our market systems. And I'm not saying that brokers are bad, but I think we have to make sure that the farmer gets due for the kind of work that they've put in. And one of the things is we are doing as Roots Kenya is, of course, promoting agroecology, because like any other business, you have your expenses and you have your incomes. You have to reduce your expenses for you to grow your income. There is no other way. That's economics. You have to reduce many things. We have to reduce the cost that we are incurring in production of food so that a farmer can make money. And so we found that agroecology in itself is a better system, because as farmers are producing, then they are able to control a portion of the factors that they are working within. For example, if they adopt better pest management practices that are biological by nature, then they are able to reduce the cost that they are using to buy biopesticides, which are, of course, we all know that they are quite expensive. Look at the seed costs that are currently in our markets because of the different kinds of seeds that are in our market. How do we reduce the cost of seed? By having farmers to save their seeds that they can continuously use to produce their food. So that is one of the main things. But the other thing is, one of the other gap is the intervention in terms of our donor dependency, and it was spoken to here. Unless we invest ourselves in the food systems within our country, every time we receive money from someone else, they will probably have an interest in the process. One of the things that Roots Kenya is doing is to really advocate within our county systems, particularly within the public finance management cycle, to ensure that communities understand and push for their counties, because agriculture is a devolved function, to put more resources towards production activities that are sustainable within those particular communities. Yeah, so that.
Thank you. We'll have more time to talk about the issues about what you're doing at Roots. I would like also now to go to Venta. Venta is one of the African women leaders in agroecology. She's a mentor. She's a trained journalist. And today we saw the book that she has written about, maybe she can talk about the book, I forgot the title, but it's a very interesting book. And as a journalist, Venta, and I know you are very passionate about communication, what is this role of the digitalization of agriculture in transforming our food systems, and also looking at the issues of climate change? How can we make best use of it? What is the role of the youth who are techno-savvy? And what are the challenges and opportunities that communication, or particular digitalization, has in this issue?
Okay. Thanks so much, Rosina, for the questions. And I'll talk about the book. It's called The Silent Call of Wilderness. And it's talking about most of the issues that we are talking about here in regards to the control of the laws of biodiversity and what each one of us can do, because it calls for two to tango. And for us to tango in the success of controlling the laws of biodiversity, thinking about food sovereignty, each one of us has a role to play. There's the role of the farmers, like what they are doing in their communities, like what he talked about. There's the role of you as the partner to accompany the communities to understand the challenges that they are experiencing. Also now we try to see how best we can address the gaps that are there. Also we know the importance of policy, because now if you're talking about empowering the farmers, someone mentioned about farmer bearing the brunt in terms of incurring a lot of expenses in their farming activities and getting less returns. That means that we need to have, or we need to advocate for an environment whereby the government also ensures that there are policies in place that are supporting the farmers and their farming activities, also to get an equal return to the investment that we make in shouldering or ensuring the food basket is taken care of its full owners. Also, we know agriculture contributes highly in terms of employment. So if the policy environment is not enabling that, then it means that we are continuing to paint in the darkness, and that means that now the farmers who are bearing the brunt still continue to be oppressed. So there's a part of the community, there's a part of the government also to ensure enabling policy environment. There's a part of research also to ensure that the research that you are sharing here, Dr. Menindo, is taken to the communities, the farmers, the practitioners. Like you mentioned when you're in the university, the reports and the research that you had done were gathering dust in the shelves. So that means that now there's a disconnect between the practice, the research, and that you're now becoming as communications people. I'll talk briefly about that. And now that means that now when that bridge is already taken care of, then it means that the research information that the researchers are giving in regards to the alien species that are affecting the agriculture. We're talking about the incursion of like what we experienced in 2020, invasion of locusts and such. We talked about Cuta absoluta. So those are technical jargons that now farmers need to understand and to have a prediction on how do they get to know when they're likely to strike and what they need to do to avoid such losses to their crops, and also to be to have preparedness. So even the research and bring together all this information under one roof, preparedness, even predicting when they're likely to have such attacks. Because now, some of them could be as a result of the climate change. So these alien species are migrating to also look for food and such things. So having all this information under one roof and packaging it in a way that the consumers, the farmers, the different people that are involved in the value chains of the food and such understand and know what they need to do, then also can help to have to increase food security and reduce the food insecurity. And when working together, it's also the part of collaborations that also we cannot leave that out. Mm-hmm. So when the research, the consumers, the practitioners are working in tandem, then it means that we are zooming in reducing the gaps that are there in terms of ensuring food sovereignty and sustainable food production. Because now when the research is made available, farmers are able to understand this new knowledge that we've gotten. It is responding to the current challenges that we have. So that means that even the farmers themselves, they can share the knowledge, because they are the knowledge holders. They can share the knowledge on what is working for them, like how they are adjusting to the mitigation, or rather they are adjusting to the challenges of climate change, because now that way they are able to share the same knowledge, and other farmers from other countries, other locations are able to understand that and also apply that to their farmers. Mm-hmm. Now, as communications people,
mm-hmm. It's okay, it's okay.
As communication, of course, trying to demystify that. As a researcher, that's their technical language that they understand, and they present such information, vital information to the public according to their target audience, who is now the fellow researchers. Now, for the users, the policy people, and the practitioners, also they are at different level of understanding and interpreting that knowledge. So the communication people come in to unpack that technical language and package it in a way that every person is able to understand. For example, when we are developing the communication materials, it's important to understand who do you want to target with this communication material. Women and men, youth and different people at different age sets, they understand and interpret things differently based on their context. So it's important to have in mind when we are developing a communication material or product, who are we targeting? So once you understand the target person, we talked about the youth, we are talking about now women, we are talking about researchers, we are talking about policymakers. All these people understand things differently. So it's important to understand when that communication is developed. When I'm looking at the research that is released, whom do I want to target with that communication? If it's the youth mostly are tech savvy, for example. If they are tech savvy, I need to develop a communication that is targeting to them, and I ensure that I understand which digital platforms are they regularly visiting. And is it Twitter, is it Facebook, is it LinkedIn? Which digital platform? So if they are tech savvy, also we know the concentration span is slow, or rather is little. So we need to have communication that is targeted, and because even the spaces of this communication requires less ones, then we be very clear on how we are crafting the messages. So the digitization of agriculture, for example, you talked about the opportunities and the challenges. Digital dispensation has reduced the world into a global village. So advantages are anyone who has a smartphone or a smart gadget, they are connected to internet, then they are able to access any information that they would want to have. For example, most of the researchers, they have created different applications where much of the research is put there. So when a person has a digital gadget and they are connected to internet, they are able to surf the net and search for the information that they would want to consume. So that is an advantage because it has made traveling, reduce the cost of traveling, for example, and time wasting, or in terms of waiting, to get all the information they need from the phone that they have, for example, if it's a smartphone. Then a number of things, also some of the challenges that are there is the part of disinformation and misinformation that has increased. So many people would purport to share information that is not accurate. So it can mislead. So misleading can be there, and when people are not careful about the information that they are sharing on digital dispensation or digital platforms, then it means that they will propagate the same misleading information, leading now to a vicious cycle of misinformed population who can now consume and propagate now still things that are not palatable. In regards to that, for example, we are talking about GMOs, for example, we are talking about overuse of chemicals and all that. Those are frames, and now they can capitalize on misinformation and disinformation based on what they want to achieve at the end of it. So when they capitalize on that, they can bring in information that is misleading, and that can make now gaggle of people who don't understand exactly what is happening to continue using information that is not right, like now promotion of use of chemicals, as opposed to sustainable practices like agroecology that are friendly to strong and healthy food systems.
Wow. Thank you, Venta, for that detailed explanation. I think we can have more and more of this discussion. It's very interesting to hear from yourself from the perspective of communication. Allow me to just take one final round of questions from our panelists, and then I will be able to come back to the floor of our plenary, so that if you have a question, you can ask. I want to go back to the farmer, and I know that is Cecilia. One of the silent threats that we have from the climate change issues, from my perspective, is the issue of the indigenous seeds, or what we call the farmer managed seed systems in Kenya. Because sometimes if for example, a farmer, you have planted your seeds and you expect maybe to harvest and to get something to save for the next season, and assuming the rains fail, you may lose those seeds that you had. The other thing is also a silent threat, because over time we are told that there's a new technology, GMOs and other aspects that are trying to look at challenges that have come up with the climate change. Like you hear water resistant maize, you hear pest resistant maize, or whichever it is. So as a farmer, I'm not sure if you are doing seed save, but what is your role as a farmer, and what is your call, or what support you do need from these different stakeholders who are coming from different areas and fields on that? Thank you.
Thank you. As a farmer doing agroecology and seed saving, my biggest take would be that agroecology is not a very cheap practice, although it's using the locally available materials. Some of these pests and diseases, because of the persistent use of pesticides and fertilizers, they are becoming resistant, even to these biopesticides. So there is need even for other organizations that are on board, even CARO and others, to come on board, because Roots Kenya works through mapping of potential farmers or potential champions who they work with, but they cannot be able to reach everybody. And through the groups that they form after mapping, they work in the communities. The farmers duplicate what they learn, because like in Laikipia and Kitui and other counties, they have put up demo farms, where the farmer groups can come and learn, so that they can be able to replicate in their individual homes. But we cannot be able to reach all the farmers. So we are calling out to other organizations who are doing maybe soil testing, those who are doing marketing, those who are doing water harvesting, so that they can come and train our farmers or link our farmers to institutions that can help these farmers. Because we know that the farmers, especially women and girls, are the culprits of issues of climate change, but they are the most hit by issues of climate change. So it is our call, so that wherever there are opportunities, that like what Roots done, because Roots is the real bottom up. They don't have physical offices in our counties, but we work with the champions that are on the ground, so that whatever they learn, whatever capacity that they get, they are the people who know where their government offices are. They are the people who know how they can hold the government accountable on the issues of maybe of public participation, where they are not done, where they come from. So it is our humble appeal as farmers, so that even whatever we are doing, even the seeds, we have seen over years that the seeds that we are planting, some seeds are even affected by weevils, even when they are in the farm. So even when you put them in the stores, so that you can be able to plant the next season, you find that they are already affected by the weevils and those kind of pests. But through the capacity that we are getting from this project, agroecology, we have been able to train on how to do biopesticides and also to regenerate the soil, because our soil is dry because of the many things, the acid in the soil, the many fertilizer and the pesticides we have applied in our farms. So it is our humble appeal, because we need financing. We need to reach every farmer at the grassroots level, so that they can have the capacity. We can do this together, because I can do my little seed that I produce, but it is not enough for every farmer, but it's at the grassroots level. So it is, if we can collectively do this
Mhm.
and reduce the number of fertilizers, the pesticides that we are using, then we can have our indigenous seeds that are not as affected by those kind of the pests and diseases, unlike whatever that are coming from other areas.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. And don't be hurry, we have a cocktail dinner. If you look at the program, there is a cocktail dinner, so the evening will just start shortly. So I want to request Felix, who I can see is also representing the youth in a way. Youth are some of our consumers that we are also targeting agroecology, but I know sometimes there are all these trending foods, you want burgers, chips, and all these kind of, I can call them what? Let me not use the colonial food, but whichever you may use. How do we make the indigenous foods appealing to the youth as target consumers? And maybe you can explain if you have had some intervention as a grassroots organization for consumers.
Thank you very much. When the baboons and the monkey had the man who was chasing them away from the farm had died, they laughed hysterically, they were very happy. But the next year came and they realized there was no meat. That's when they realized the man who was chasing them away had died. So, like what we're having here right now as probably sponsored and organized by Viva, it's not just an organization, another partner. We are here to promote food sovereignty. We need to be sovereign in what we are growing, what we are planting. We don't need influence from the West, the East, to show us how we should be doing our thing, because we've actually been growing from time immemorial. So when you go to the exhibition, you will find that there's a group who are actually making burgers with mushrooms. And we went there and we discussed that we saw that what they're actually making is something sovereign from our own soil. So, and they are actually good. So there are very many jobs that are there in the food system, food chain. The youth can take part in doing that. And when I'm answering your question on how the youth can promote climate resilience strategies in agroecology, as Consumer Agriculture Organization, we are proudly engaging the youth, especially from campus to high school children. We usually go there and train them, educate them on sustainable land reclamation strategies that are there, like agroforestry, what my sister there was saying, tropic agroforestry also. So we want to make them the root cause to making decision making in the agroecology corridor. So there is need to empower consumers, especially the youth. We are all consumers. There is need to empower ourselves in agroecology, sustainable land utilization practices, safe production of food, so that whatever comes to our plates is safe for consumption.
Wow.
And also, we need, there's a proven research that says what feeds us as Kenyans is from the smallholder farmers.
Yeah.
So each and every person in this room has an initiative of his or her own to embrace planting or growing organically food in their own market. That way we will not be hearing issues of food insecurity or food issue.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to go back to Dennis and ask you, as a Roots Kenya, when you go to the farmers, when you visit some of your smallholder farmers, what are these key items that we are looking for to say that these are resilient farmer, and how are you enhancing that cross-learning among farmers? And also, as you answer that, water has been an issue that when you talk to any farmer, they say our number one challenge is water, number two challenge is water. How do we, as a country, respond to the issues and the needs of farmers on water?
Thank you so much. It's always hard for me to speak when some of our farmers are here and are speaking, because sometimes we say, I cannot pretend to understand whatever is happening on the field when I am not part of the process or the community. But so Group Kenya works with a small secretariat here in Nairobi and grassroots women in their community. So we actually say we do not occupy the space of grassroots women to take up their roles in their communities, because it is important to agree that they've been doing this. It's not that because Group Kenya is there, not that they are doing good production. And some of them have actually, we have a farmer in Laikipia who has been doing conservation agriculture for the last 10 years. Her farm has not used a single pesticide, a single herbicide, and I like what Daktari was saying, it's a circular economy in her farm. And it's a very small farm, it's actually, I think, an eighth of an acre. So one is to say that there are already practices in those communities that have been proven, and farmers can attest indeed these are sustainable. And what we are doing is not introducing new sustainable ways. It's just supporting farmers to be able to learn from whoever has gone ahead. We've worked very closely with SSN. I see some people with my food, my future, because they were ahead of us. Pelham has been ahead of us in this process, and they have had lessons. You read about the materials, the practices that I have promoted in the past. So it's really not reinventing the wheel for Groups Kenya, rather than tapping into the knowledge that is already existing, particularly for me, to reduce costs. Because the bottom line is, as long as we don't make agriculture lucrative for a farmer, youths will never participate in it. Because everybody wants a livelihood. That's why we are urbanizing, we are going from rural to urban to find white-collar jobs, because we don't see agriculture, which is basically where we are. One of the other things is, Rosina, we've done is make sure that farmers are seriously learning from each other, practically. Not so what we've done, and I know Cecilia talked about it. So we've worked together with the county governments, the ministry, the Department of Agriculture, developed these demo farms. And actually, these demo farms have not been developed by the ministry. We brought in a few women from other counties who have done that, counties that have similar characteristics. We sat down together, agreed on how the farm plan would be, agreed on how we would progress, brought all the groups that we had mobilized in those communities to develop the farm. So no one from outside developed the farm, because we believe that more people learn by seeing, and I think it's documented already that demonstration is one of the key areas of learning. I don't think it's the highest, but it's one of the key areas of learning. Because then you find that these women will go back, use the little resources that they have, and be able to replicate. Even if they are going to use a ton chowder to replicate some tomatoes or some onions in their own compound, then they are doing something about it. I think in water, thank you, Rosina, for that, because that's my training. And water is a water, Kenya is a water scarce country. If you actually look at the Vision 2030 blueprint, the pillar on, on environment, the first statement is Kenya is a water scarce country. You compare us to our peers, we are a water scarce country. We have quite a number of our land that is urban. So unless, and the second thing to mention is that water resources, how they are managed is also a problem. The governance of water resources in its entirety is a problem. But then we have to think about how do communities participate in management of water, because then they cannot use what they better practices. They are expensive. We have to update them. How do we, if for example we are doing farmer ponds in their own communities, how often do they get runoff? Is the area within which they are getting runoff? If we agree to tell a farmer, do water harvesting, what are the costs associated with water harvesting? What is the level, like for example for women, what is the level of financial inclusion that they are able to even get a loan to buy a tank within their community? So unless those things are highly subsidized and thought through, then we will be talking and talking about the issue of water. We look at our dams, most of them are for energy production. We are not really participating as community to make sure that we are pushing government to be able to provide stabilization. I know some places are to end to a bit, and there is a bit of communities that have been provided with water fertilization, but not so many communities have even a water resource. In Tana River, we consistently ask the government to transfer water from the river, which is there throughout, but the government is not willing to put in money to transfer water. So what we think is that we have to push our communities, even as we work with the farmers, we have to support them to build capacity and agency to advocate for the needs, for their needs. One of it is there has to be better allocation of resources to agriculture and water.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. I have to keep cutting you short because of time. But before I go back to Vent, I would like Dr. Mihindo, before you receive the questions from the plenary, just to take this moment to inform the panel, the plenary, about the products that you are having. I know you are having soil testing at your organization. You have products on IPM and other items that are necessary in this topic that we are talking about, just in a few minutes.
Thank you, Rosina. As I see, I work in an organization called Effective IPM Association, and as she has said, we are trying to include all aspects of agroecology and making products that are cheap for the farmers and training them among the farmers. One of them is I talked about the issue of soil testing, and we do soil testing in our organization. We do all sorts of testing, both the comprehensive. If you want to know how your soil is, if you want to know how your water is, you can do that at an affordable cost. We also produce some of the IPM equipment that we use, especially the pheromone traps. We produce them. We have other traps that help farmers to reduce the use of pesticides. And we also trying to encourage farmers to use the locally available materials to produce like biopesticides and biofertilizers. So we have all those in our organization. But what would like the farmers to do is to produce what they can. The issue of cost. If you use the locally available resources, and if you use like the biopesticides, and you keep on using them, these are organisms that you regenerate in your farm after some time, so you keep on reducing the use every time. So initially, the cost of biopesticides may be expensive, but long term it may be cheaper.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You can see Dr. later if you want more details. And as we wrap up, Venta, I know sometimes we can have so many jargons, languages, but just summarize for us what our panel, the key take-homes from our panels, as we now go to the session of like 3 plenary questions. Yeah, Venta. You can also do a parting shot if you want to add something.
So there is a need for capacity building for the consumers at all levels, and now this requires a huge investment. Assessing the digital space itself, it requires funds, it requires smartphones, which are not cheap, they're expensive. It requires bundles, which now it means that we need money to buy bundles. So that means that now even the different stakeholders here need to look at internet service providers. And when we look at the internet service providers to see how best we can collaborate with them and develop products that are friendly, friendly in terms of even smartphones, smart gadgets, and even values. But now there can be values that are friendly for the youth because we are looking at the generation that we are handing over to.
Yes.
To learn and continue learning. So it's another clarion call here is now this need to bring more collaborators on board who can help now to continue to reduce the gap that has been experiencing in having sustainable food production systems and have food on the table, food that is healthy, food that is not depleting the environment, food that is ensuring the soil is healthy, and food that is ensuring that even the crops themselves, they are in good health for people to consume.
Okay.
So in a nutshell, it's continuous collaboration.
Mhm.
And also as we join the Clarion Call in Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework Call,
Mhm.
all society, all government, all society. So all of us, we have a role to play, and that is also part of what is in my book.
Mhm.
And anyone who is interested in applying the book, and also share the national engagement working group for the
Yeah.
who is saying so whoever is interested in the book for you. She's there today and even tomorrow.
How much?
It's 1,000 shillings.
Okay. Yeah.
For the youth and farmers, it's 500 shillings.
Okay. Okay. So for the youth and farmers, 500. For other categories, 1,000. Yeah. Yeah. But I know Kenya, we have a poor reading culture. But let us try as much as possible to create time and read some books whenever possible. I want us to move to the next session of just a few questions, like 2 or 3. But before that, I want also to emphasize on the issue of water as we talk about issues of climate change. And I appreciate this year's theme of the World Food Day. Who knows the theme of the World Food Day? Oh, yes? Excellent. Water is life, water is food, leaving no one behind. I don't want to emphasize, but I want to get any 3 questions. Burning one, there's one there. Yes, 2. This row. Are we together? Yes. That question here. Yeah, I've seen that one. I've seen the other. Is there a question from this side? No. So we start from the far end at the back. And you can direct your question to whoever you would like to respond, if possible.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Mati from Self Consumers Organization from Nakuru. When you are talking about crops, you need also to talk about the livestock. And also, I'm adding one that as we are talking about the two, we need to talk about the indigenous insects. And the insect that I'm talking about is the bee. You see, one of our participants here asked about the bees, that bees are dying. They are nowhere to be seen. But I love the culture of Luya's community, that they still conserve the so-called kumbe kumbe. If you go there, they know how to catch that kumbe and to bring it on the table. My question is, one at a time, what are the mechanisms or strategies that you and your organization has put in place to address issues on harmful pesticides, use of harmful pesticides? The farmers will tell you today that even in their farms, there are no butterflies. But they understand the importance of those butterflies.
Yes.
Two, the issue of the bees. The bees are dying because of harmful use of pesticides. And also we have Kitambo, we have the indigenous honey, but today we don't have the indigenous honey because of the indigenous trees. We don't have them. They are not preserved. We have the commercial trees whereby the standard of our bees does not meet the world market standard. And that is whereby the farmers who are in apiculture are suffering because their produce are being rejected. So, Daktari, I need to hear from you. And also, Madam Cecilia talked of the so-called grade 1, second generation, first generation. If this information is not with farmers, I think we are going to miss a lot. So, under this, we need to have other issues. And you understand the importance of pollination and nectar. If bees are dying, are we healthy? Lastly, Madam talks about the policies in Kenya. Kenya is one of the best countries that is well known on policy development. And I think they were well known because of they want to attract donors. But in terms of implementation, those policies are just somewhere in the shelf. If you go today in the Agriculture Department, we have the policies that were developed right now 1964, even 1952. They are there, but they are not being implemented. Kenya is talking about the capacity building, the sensitization. We need also to understand from the government part of it, how are they going to involve farmers directly so that the policies that are lying there need to be, especially farmers need to have this knowledge.
Okay, thank you so much. The next question is there, and you can mention your name and please summarize your points.
Yes, thank you. My name is John Corey from Anilam from that branch. I am Stella Chambio. My question is, what do you say about the disease maize that affects some farmers? There is a yellow, when the maize reaches a certain stage, it becomes yellow and it's dead. Secondly, there is a certain plant that eats other plants and that doesn't have any roots and it's going to finish our forest plus our plants. What do you say about that? Also, that the bit and the last bit, I would like to ask to say our farmers nowadays have changed their habits from digging to spraying. Would it cause any harm to the soil or the human being? Those are my questions.
Thank you. The final question from, you can introduce yourself and you summarize.
My name is Alice. I work with Consumer Price Organization. And I want to thank you, Madam Moderator, at least you have a good representative in your panel. This is beautiful. When it goes straight to Doc, you talked about a certain publication that you did and you put in the shelf. You never used it when you were teaching at the university, and now you're using it, now that you've joined the civil society. I think when you understand we are so thirsty for information as consumers, we want to reach out to understand what is contained in the other side of the coin. And we've been crying that academia, there's a disconnect between you and consumers. There's a disconnect between the information and the knowledge that is with farmers and consumers. And this is what we've been coming out to tell people. We want to educate consumers to demand for agroecologically produced food, but they also want to know what is this food all about, and we can't be anywhere to empower them. We want the knowledge that is with consumers, the researchers, academia, and farmers to be availed without really much cost for consumers. So,
okay.
What do you think we should do going forward to ensure that this information, we have a dissemination of the same down to consumers, because we can't buy what we don't know. We can only consume what we know up to where we have trained them, but how else can we make it better? Who doesn't want to consume safe food? Who doesn't want to consume agroecologically produced food? And we proud ourselves as an organization, together with our partner organizations. Now we are 10 consumer organizations. We are widening the scope, but we need that information so that we are able to equip consumers in order that agroecology doesn't become like just another, but it will be taken with seriousness. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So we close the question there because there was no other hand, and I would request our panels. We start with Dr. Mihindo all the way to Dennis. If there was a question or if you have a parting shot, and we will end there. So we really appreciate those questions. Mihindo.
Thank you for the questions. I think most of the questions are directed to me. The first question was on the bees and the indigenous insects that are disappearing. I want to tell you that it's not only the bees that have disappeared. If you look at the ecosystem, there's a lot of interactive organisms. And I always say that when God created the earth, he said that everything that he created was good. And there was a lot of balance, but that balance has been interfered with. So we are talking about disappearance of many beneficial organisms. Some of the predators, some parasitoids have disappeared because of the use of chemicals. And that is why we are saying we are doing a lot of advocacy against the use of chemicals. And that is why we talked about working together, creating synergies in advocating against the use of synthetic pesticides, and especially the ones that we call highly hazardous pesticides. The ones we have been advocating on removal of those pesticides from the market. It is not an easy task, but I'm sure that we shall one day will. But what we are saying is that we are trying to look for alternatives, and that's why we talk about integrated pest management, that you can reduce the pest population sometimes even without using pesticides. And those are the technologies that farmers need to embrace so that they can bring back the nature that was. Because right now, as I started by saying, things are not normal anymore. So we need to work together as organizations. For us, of course, we need to influence policies on importation of pesticides. If you look at a lot of pesticides that we are using, they are not registered in Kenya, but they come from our neighbors, because our borders are very porous and nobody cares what comes from Uganda, nobody cares what comes from Tanzania. So, like farmers in Kenya have been getting pesticides from against Absoluta from Tanzania. Those pesticides are very toxic, and nobody knows their toxicity levels. So we need to work together with all of us, together with our farmers, so that we can come up with the strategies to reduce the use of pesticides. And that is what we have been trying to do. We do trials together with the farmers, and their agreed practices are now released to the farmers. It is not an easy task. We are still very far because, everybody has his interest and some of the interests can even affect your right to that. So it is not an easy task. The second question was on, so before I put the second question, I've just said that it is not just the bees, but these other very important organisms in the ecosystem, the predators, the organisms that even parasitize others, they are disappearing immensely from the environment, and it's something that we need to work on. Then somebody was talking about a question on this disease. I didn't understand it very well. I don't know where it is. I don't know the disease you talked about, but I think you can see me so that we can discuss it like you tell me the disease. Then you also talked about a plant that eats others, isn't it? A plant that eats others. It is there. Yes, I must be open that I don't know about that plant. And I think I would like to know more about the plant. Then I know that the one on information, I think partly I would say that we have to play partly because when we are developing these projects, we don't look at the issue of dissemination. When I'm developing a project, when I look at the issue of is how I'm going to disseminate that information. I think a few years ago there was a project that was trying to train stakeholders how to plan well in a project and trying to disseminate, even to disseminate the information. So we need to include all the stakeholders in the project cycle, and even including the government. So our policies should be favorable so that the information sharing is smooth. Right now, if you want to get information from Carol, you have to do quite a lot to get that information, which should not be the case. If you want to get information from university, this is not very easy. So we need policies that are suitable for farmers, for anybody who wants to consume information to get it without ease.
Thank you.
It's important for all of us to work together.
Thank you. Let me cut it short, but I know you can reach out to Dr. Mindo immediately after this if you want some more clarification. Request to move to Dennis just in seconds. Your parting short.
One of the things that we have to agree is our farming landscape within the donor system is quite a challenge because there are many times you go into organizations or same counties, you are doing the same things, but everybody is doing it from a different perspective. I think for me we have to agree to sit down with the communities. In our constitution we have participation, public participation. We also have to endeavor to include our communities in everything that we are doing, from the entire design process all the way to the outcome, so that then they understand, but they also share their views, because they already have knowledge, and we cannot assume that we are bringing in new knowledge into their system. They've always survived, they've always been resilient. Let's just build up on the capacities that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Benta?
Thanks so much. At Africa Biodiversity Network, we work with partners in East, West, Central, South, and North Africa. And one testament that we've learned over the last 20 years that we've been practicing as ABN is that agroecology, or rather, community are the knowledge holders. When we understand that and we know that the farmers are the knowledge holders, then our thinking and our operation will change, and it will change for the better. In terms of building the capacity, knowledge, and influencing policies, I think empowering the communities to understand the policies that are in place, that are aligned to the practice that they are practicing every day, makes it easier for them to know how they can hold the government to account if because it is the responsibility of the government to ensure that the policy environment is conducive for them, not only being conducive but also providing a budget that will support in their farming activities. It is the responsibility of the government to support them. So empowering the communities to understand the current policies and also to identify the gaps that are there, and also giving suggestions on what is working on the ground for them to update those policies is a gift to ourselves, because that means that we are preparing the future generations to have a healthy handover from our science to them. The last one is communication. It's an umbilical cord that is between the research, the practice, and the consumers. So when we see how best we can incorporate maybe communications people to work with you, then they can help you to demystify the technical jargons from the researchers, and also to help the communities to document their lived experiences, because that is the wealth of knowledge that we can get from the communities. So when it is documented in a language that is well understood by the target people, then it means that there will be more ripple effect in replication of what is working from the communities. So communities, they know a lot. What is lacking is now documentation to make others also understand that anthropology, sustainable food systems is a topic that is possible, and it is easy not only for Kenya but also for Africa to remain food secure and to counter the narratives that are saying that Africa is always food insecure. It is food insecure to feed some narratives whose interests are not for the community but are for the multinational corporations whose interest is money.
Oh, wow, that's a very strong parting shot. Yes, Cecilia.
I take this opportunity to thank Roots Kenya for giving grassroots communities, especially women and girls, capacity and opportunities to attend local, international, and global meetings and platforms like this. I didn't know that I would be a panelist. It is the capacity that have been impacted in me, step up to Tuma, so that you're able to articulate your issues as grassroots communities, so that whatever opportunity we get, if it is about agroecology, it's about leadership, any space where grassroots communities are given, they are able to articulate their issues. Agroecology is the way to go, and my parting shot is for farmers with farmers.
Wow. Thank you. That is powerful. For farmers with farmers. Let's hear from Dennis. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm confused the two names. Yeah, sure. Felix.
Us as an organization, during the Africa Climate Summit, there are two things. There are two funds that were dedicated to the government, dedicated to the farmers. The consumers who are actually taking part in initiatives that are private and business. Of course, farming is also there. That is ECA and CLOPA. So, but there is little knowledge. The population knows about these parts that are designated by the
Wow. Thank you so much. And before we applaud them, I also want to emphasize the role of agroecology in climate change adaptation and resilience in the farming communities, and particularly smallholder farmers and pastoralists in Kenya. And for all those of us who have been in the climate discussion, I want to encourage you that let us be the change agents to try to influence more climate financing and attention to the sector of agroecology. That way we empower our smallholder farmers collectively and give more power to the farmers like Cecilia to be able to feel proud and able to talk. And even as we celebrate the Girl Child Day today, I want to conclude by saying that it is our role individually and also our role collectively to keep transforming the food system. So it has been my pleasure, and I want to applaud these beautiful panelists. So allow me to, together we applaud them for their work and the very educative insights that have given us. Feel free to reach out to them and continue the discussion. So we end there and back to the MC. Thank you. Thank you.
Bring back, I say bring back. Africa said bring back. This is the myth. Bring back. Rastaman bring back. Slogan bring back. Ian don't forget that.
It's important, even as we think about seed system, we think about how to conserve pollinators and to manage them for our own benefit and for biodiversity conservation.
There are various approaches to conservation of genetic resources. You can either conserve where they naturally occur, which we refer to as in situ conservation, or you carry them away like Nyamongo does and conserves them up in Muga, which is ex situ conservation. So we need to think again, to give some thought on how to ensure that our world plant diversity that is out there, how do we deliberately make deliberate effort to conserve them in situ.
We need food, we need fresh water, wood and fiber. All this we get from biodiversity. Climate regulation, we always complain about, climate is changing. But if we conserve our biodiversity, we're then able to regulate the climate. Floods, diseases, water purification, and so on.
Ourselves, we've been working to support the farmer managed seed systems, and you've seen we've made a proposal which we are going to share. It's quite a huge document on some of the things that we are really concerned about in terms of recognition and how we can ensure quality assurance, issues of phytosanitary in the context of farmer managed seed systems.
For women to benefit in seed systems, seeds need to be within the reach of women. The seeds may then help women achieve empowerment, but only when women also have access to and control over their
anthem. DJ ready?
Ilete baraka kwetu, akiwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu,
Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Thank you very much. Now you can have your seat, or maybe you can visit the private places. We wait for organizers wa cocktail wakuwe tayari. And then
my people, take me back to Africa. It's been a very long time. I want to see my people. Let us go to Ghana and eat jollof made from our African rice. Let us go to Kenya and take me to Ivory Coast, the land of Acheke. I want to without injera made from our African taste. Uganda,
yes, Sibyl.
I miss Katogo with local groundnuts, Usuma Bwabule. So